Is there somebody here? Can we call over there? They're open, right? The town meeting members will please take their seats.
That the town meeting members pass their blue cards to the aisle, and my staff is going to pick them up.
Okay.
Hi, how you doing?
We are momentarily without a police officer this evening. So if the town meeting members could please pass their blue cards to the end of their aisle, and the town clerk's staff will pick them up. As a reminder to everybody, if you are a town meeting member, you should be sitting in the front half of the auditorium. If you are not a town meeting member, it's important that you sit behind the aisle in the seats at the back of the auditorium.
That's your same preliminary notion.
Yeah, I got those. Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah. What's
These are the ones when you go into special. Those are my notes.
right?
Regular.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm just gonna, I figure I'll sit in the middle so I can see.
Okay, thank you very much. The town meeting will come to order. We will begin our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. This is the third night of the Winchester Town Meeting. We are going to convene our regular town meeting and then quickly adjourn it so that we can conduct the special town meeting. I'd like to welcome the members of Boy Scout Troop 503 here this evening, who are going to earn the long-winded debate badge tonight. I am sorry to report that last week we lost a longtime member of the community and of this town meeting. Dave Leland passed away on Friday. Dave was a member of this town meeting for 25 years. He began his involvement in town politics at a time when the school population was just about 2,800 students. And it occurred to the town fathers that would it be a good idea to start closing elementary schools. Dave, wisely, didn't find that to be a good idea and fought very hard and successfully to keep the elementary school in his neighborhood, the Vincent Owen School, open. And that had a material and beneficial impact for not only the students at the Vincent Owen School, but the whole community. Dave was everything you could hope to be as a husband, a father, and a member of our community. If I could ask you to just pause with me for 1 minute for a moment of silence for Dave. Thank you very much. The theologian Reinhold Niebuhr reminds us that nothing worth doing is going to be accomplished in our lifetimes, and so we must be saved by hope. Tonight, we hope that our debate here this evening and in the community is marked by kindness and respect for each other, by acknowledgement of our common weaknesses and frailties, and by our shared reverence for the hopes and dreams for others. So let us begin. We call to order the regular town meeting, and the chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting to a time certain, that time being immediately after the conduct of the special town meeting. Second, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. We now convene the special town meeting, called pursuant to the Charter and Code of Bylaws, the special town meeting to consider Article 1 and the motions thereunder brought by the Board of Selectmen. As we start the special town meeting, we have certain preliminary motions. The preliminary motions are that it's moved and seconded that Richard Howard, Town Manager, Stacy Ward, Controller, Arthur Krieger, Amina Macorius, and Jessica Wall, Town Council, and Mark Tugut, Assistant Town Manager, who are not town meeting members, be permitted to sit at the front of the auditorium with the Board of Selectmen during all sessions of this town meeting, that all members of the Finance Committee and their secretary, whether town meeting members or not, be permitted to sit together at the front of the auditorium during all sessions of this town meeting, that the town clerk or her designee or the assistant town clerk be permitted to occupy a desk on the platform during all sessions of this town meeting, that the moderator be authorized to permit members of various town boards, commissions, committees, department heads, and petitioners of special articles to sit at the front of the auditorium during consideration of appropriate articles, that unless it be otherwise ordered, all adjourned sessions of this town meeting shall be held on successive Thursday and Monday evenings at 7:30 p.m. in the Winchester High School until the work of this town meeting is completed. The cable television coverage shall be permitted at all sessions of this special town meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. This brings us to Article 1. And under Article 1, Under Article 1, it is moved and seconded that $2,339,608 is appropriated for the design, permitting, and construction of synthetic athletic turf fields consisting of a baseball diamond or rectangular multi-purpose field at Skillings Field, including lighting, conduit, original equipment, and landscaping, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow $2,339,608 under Chapter 44 of the General Laws or other enabling authority. That the town manager is authorized to have oversight site of said project, that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Winchester Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to said project, and that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, lest any such premium applied to the payment of costs or issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen, in support of the motion, Mr. Golliboff, Mariano Golliboff for the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members, members of the public who are here, let's talk about what this question is all about. Enrollment in our schools has grown 30% in the past 15 years. Winchester High School has 66 sports teams, and 903 students participate in at least one sport. I see many of them in the back here. Thank you for coming tonight. In fact, Winchester High School has more teams than any other school in our league. We're all familiar with enrollment growth in the context of the need to build new schools. However, field space has not grown to match the demand caused by this increase. This leaves us with a shortage and a real issue with equal access to field space. For example, if we don't install this field and instead go back to grass as it used to be, in the spring, boys baseball gets to play on campus, but girls softball has to go off campus. In the fall, field hockey, football, and lacrosse would compete for space in the only turf field at Manchester. Now, there are two ways that we can increase available field space. Number one, we can build more fields. The issue with this option is that there's not readily available land in town to turn into another playing field. Option number two is instead to make existing field sites more efficient. The artificial turf does exactly that, in allowing for more weeks of usage during the year, with more hours of usage each week due to not having a need to rest the field as is needed with grass. Because the artificial field can schedule so many more games, it also reduces the load on other grass fields in town. Installing artificial turf at Skillings would not just make a better field there, but improve our fields throughout town. On March 28th, the voters of Winchester made their decision. With high turnout for our local elections, a clear majority voted to move forward with option number two. Not to take additional land for fields, but to make our existing fields more efficient. The question for you tonight is to appropriate the money for the bonds that the voters have already approved. The Board of Selectmen, in a 4-to-1 vote, recommend favorable action on Article 1. So why would a grass field at Skillings be a problem? First, we are in New England. This spring, the first 3 weeks of softball and baseball practice had to be done indoors because grass fields were not usable. Other schools in our league who have artificial turf were able to practice outdoors. Since those first 3 weeks, an additional 8 practices were moved indoors because grass fields are not usable shortly after rain. In addition, there were 26 game postponements due to weather, and most would not have to have been postponed if we had artificial turf. These postponements cause us to reschedule weeks with 5 games in a week. This is detrimental to our athletes' health, as it doesn't give them the amount of time to rest that is necessary between games, especially pitchers. This also has a cascading effect on youth sports that rent our fields. 40% of youth soccer and lacrosse practices have been canceled so far, and many youth baseball games have been canceled as well. In the fall, heavy usage by multiple teams for games and practices results in grass that does not have the time to rest and grow properly. This leaves fields with irregular surfaces and divots. The issue here is not about balls that might bounce in different directions that is part of the game. The real issue is injuries caused to our young students because of inadequate playing fields. Just last week, a 10-year-old playing youth lacrosse speared himself with the stick at Ginn Field as the basket got caught on an irregular part of the field. These pictures here are of Leonard's Field. As I mentioned earlier, adding the turf at Skillings, while not directly adding to fields like Leonard, it will increase their quality by reducing their load because more practices will be done at Skillings. Compare the pictures we just saw of grass fields with these. On the right is an aerial photo of the turf field that Newburyport recently installed, using the same materials that we are proposing here. As opposed to grass, the field can sustain heavy use without the conditions of the surface deteriorating. On the left, you can see the picture shows the added accessibility of turf. The turf field at Knowlton Stadium was usable for a practice after shoveling off the snow in February. While this soccer practice went on, since we only have one turf field right now, other practices that were scheduled on grass field had to be canceled on the same day. In the summer, a grass field takes a large amount of water to keep growing. This photo is not of a field. This photo, or it's not supposed to be a field. This photo is Big Winter Pond this last summer. It was more a marsh or a field than a pond. Maybe should have played football there. You can see that the water is supposed to come up to where the grass was starting to grow. Little Water Pond across the road was completely dry. Adding the turf field would save over 1 million gallons of water a year. It's actually about 1.3 to 1.5 million gallons of water. Not only is the cost of that water $12,000 a year, but with long-term climate patterns leading to more droughts, I believe it is our responsibility to take care of the environment by reducing our town's usage of water. The turf field at Skillings is a great opportunity to do so. So, what will the proposed turf field look like? Here in dark green is a drawing of the field that question 1 will pay for, and where it's located on Skillings Field. Towards the southeast corner, there's the baseball diamond. The mound is removable by 2 people so that it can be quickly converted into usage for another sport. The northeast corner has the softball field, and the rectangular field will be lined for field hockey, football, lacrosse, soccer, and ultimate frisbee. The area not covered by the synthetic field will be seeded as part of the remediation project that is ongoing, which will give us 2 full-size grass fields and a 3rd smaller field. These will be available in 2 growing seasons, so it will take a while. Looking towards the future, there's an opportunity to create a more comprehensive athletic complex. The Swim Winchester group is working on finding private funding for a pool on the site, where the 3rd smaller field would be. Their plans would also leave space for possible tennis courts, if that's a direction we wanted to take. It's also important to note that the proposed field does not interfere with the culvert that is installed or with any of the remediation steps that have been taken. Here's a view of the product that will actually be installed in the field. We would add drainage. This drainage will have equal or lower outflows than what was already there, so it will not contribute to any flooding issues. On top of that, there will be some leveling material, a resilient shock pad, and then the turf carpet itself that includes the turf blades. The infill is then raked in between the turf blades to provide support for those blades. We looked at multiple infill materials: crumb rubber, coated crumb rubber, TPE, cork and coconut husks, silica, and coated silica. For this project, we recommend the use of coated silica. While crumb rubber is the lowest cost option, there are still outstanding concerns on the effects of the recycled tires on the health of our students, as well as the health of the environment, should that material move from the field. Coated silica does not have those health concerns. Because it can be coated in multiple colors, it absorbs less heat, which means it eliminates the need to water it to bring temperatures down. Unlike the cork and coconut product, it is not buoyant, so it will not migrate into our streams in case of a flooding event. Since it is not as bouncy as the crumb rubber, it does require the installation of a resilient shock pad under the carpet for bouncing and safety. This shock pad is what adds most of the additional cost. On the other hand, the pad has a 25-year warranty, so it will last through 2 life cycles of the carpet. And because it holds the leveling material in place, it makes it easier later to remove and replace the field. Last week, Selectman Enrico visited Ipswich and Newburyport, which installed their fields using coated silica in 2015 and 2016, respectively. He spoke to their athletic directors, who report that coaches, athletes, and parents all love the new fields. To summarize, the turf field will give us a significant increase in the amount of field capacity. The quality of the field will be much higher. Having a multi-purpose field will also allow for equity of access, while going back to the prior grass fields at Skillings perpetuates unequal access for women's sports. We also have the advantage of saving a very large amount of water, and while the cost is initially higher, we will save in ongoing maintenance, and it will give us more opportunities for revenue generation. And in the end, the voters overwhelmingly decided to support installation of artificial field at Skillings, not grass. The breakdown in budget is in the sheet with the details on Article 1 that was mailed to you. The total cost of the project, including a 20% contingency, is $2,339,608. This includes the resilient shock pad and upgrade of the infill material to coated silica. The estimated cost for the median house, valued at $970,000, is $27.50 a year for 15 years. The proposed schedule would have the field being available for use by the end of this year. As a comparison, the grass fields would not be available until the end of 2018, at least, given the need for 2 growing seasons.
Mr. Cullybuff, your time has expired. Would you like more time?
I have 30 more seconds.
It's moved and seconded. The speaker's time be expended for 1 minute. All those in favor? Any opposed? Please continue.
In conclusion, over 58% voted yes to expand field space availability, reduce water usage, and create better fields for our town. Our student athletes, sitting here in the back, should be competing against teams from other schools. They should not be competing against their own classmates for field space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? The Finance Committee, its chairperson, Mr. Michelson. Mr. Michelson.
So Finance Committee voted favorable action for Article 1 for Skillings Field, and this was a unanimous vote. Finance Committee looks at this new field as another asset that we're adding to the town. And like any asset, there's going to be an initial cost, as Mariano mentioned, and it's a higher cost in the grass fields, but then it's a lower maintenance cost ongoing. And the difference is that a synthetic field maintenance is about $5,000 a year to maintain every year, where a grass field is about $40,000 to $50,000 roughly to maintain, not even including the water costs and other maintenance costs. That being said, 10 to 15 years down the road, we expect this, as any other asset, that the town will have to get together and decide what our priorities are for replacing this asset, along with all our other fields and buildings and towns and trucks and everything else that we manage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. May we have a recommendation from the School Committee? From the School Committee, its chairperson, Susan Verdicchio. Ms. Verdicchio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The school committee has voted to support this turf field multi-sport facility, and any lingering questions that we had about the suitability of the infill material have been answered. So we support this.
Thank you very much. I'm informed that the Planning Board has voted to take no position with respect to the article. We have a report from the Climate Action Task Force of Winchester through its chairperson, Persetta Calabe. Persetta?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Climate Action Advisory Committee to compare the greenhouse gas emissions of the two fields. What I'm going to say in a nutshell is that in many ways the two fields are a trade-out. They are of value, except in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, in which the artificial field is far more costly than the natural field. However, those greenhouse gas emissions can be offset, and the town has committed to not only doing greenhouse gas offsets for this project, but to consider a policy to do so for all future projects. So let me go through this in a little detail. When I say field choice is a value, I mean that aside from greenhouse gas emissions, there are no huge red flags in either direction with regard to environmental health, playable hours, what you'd call the precautionary principle, which means you would not make a decision about something if you thought there was possibility that it did harm, civic pride, budget health, town budget, human health, or how we actually got here. In each of these cases, it's a trade-off. There are people who will make a choice on any one of them. Again, I don't know that we have not found data showing bright red flags in any direction except greenhouse gas emissions. So let's compare these two. For a 2-acre field, these are data from an environmental nonprofit in Canada, looking at the production, transport, maintenance, and disposal costs of these two. Obviously, a grass field which absorbs carbon will not cause greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it nets, removing 17 tons of greenhouse gases from the environment. Artificial turf, on the other hand, a 2-acre field, 10-year use, has a negative of some 56 or 60 tons. So why does that matter? In case you're not already sick of this, greenhouse gases trap solar heat. They are a direct cause of global warming. CO2 levels, carbon dioxide being the main greenhouse gas emitter, continue to rise, and anything that contributes to carbon emissions is going to continue to contribute to the heating of the planet, and it's therefore important to consider making projects carbon neutral, meaning they don't add and ideally even subtract carbon from the atmosphere. Greenhouse gas offsets for a 2-acre turf field could be in the department. Several different things would work. One of them would be trees, planting. They calculated 1,861 trees for that size field. I rounded this off. Or we could buy renewable energy certificates. One of the things that I think is very important in offsets is if we would keep them local. So if we buy energy certificates, that we buy something that's in Massachusetts and not in a wind farm in Texas. So with climate action, the town has come to an understanding and formally committed to finding funds for greenhouse gas offsets for this project, to make sure that the turf is recycled responsibly at the end of its useful life, to use encapsulated silica, as Mariano just said. There is a project to track user health for the artificial field to try to address some of potential health issues, and to create an offset policy for all town projects. That's kind of a big deal, and we were very excited to have that be on the table as future policy for us. So this would be one of the ways the offsets could look. That would be one tree instead of 1,860 little trees. Thank you. A question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll now begin debate on the question. I would remind the town meeting members that they can be recognized by the chair either by raising their hand or by lining up behind the microphone. There are several members of the community who are not town meeting members who have indicated an interest in speaking. You can simply get the chair's attention by raising your hand. We'll then recognize you. With respect to the recognition of members of the community, I think it makes sense for us to take that procedural vote now, and the vote would be a motion to authorize the chair to recognize members of the public and residents of the town of Winchester to address the town meeting in accordance with the Code of Bylaws. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The chair is prepared to recognize members of the town meeting. I would, for the information of Troop 503 and the athletes in the audience, Also, make this note, that Section 3.3 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Bylaws in Winchester authorizes the chair to recognize not only residents of the town, but also minors. So if those of you inclined to make your speaking debut, tonight might be your evening. With that advice, I'll also offer this advice with respect to the decorum and conduct of a public meeting taking place indoors. Gentlemen, if you could remove your ball caps, I'd appreciate that. So there have been some questions about we find ourselves in a little bit of a different procedural posture this evening as a town meeting, which is usually the town meeting will vote to authorize an expenditure contingent on an override vote. In this instance, the override vote has already taken place, and as Mr. Golubov noted, the townspeople have indicated rather substantially their willingness to pay a higher rate of tax to fund this expenditure. But the appropriation still must come from this meeting, and because the town wishes to borrow funds to fund this appropriation, it will require a 2/3 vote from this meeting. So usually with respect to a 2/3 vote, and the chair anticipates this evening, we will require tellers. So I'm going to appoint those tellers now and get that out of the way. Mr. Shimetz, if you could count your section and the Board of Selectmen. Ms. Welch, if you could count your section up to Mr. Jarius. Ms. Boney, if you could count your section up to Mr. Clemson. And Ms. Wilson, if you could count your section and the Finance Committee. If the tellers could please rise. Raise your hand and agree that you will provide an honest and accurate account to this town meeting. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the general debate. Having been authorized to recognize members of the public, the chair recognizes Paul Manganaro, the chairperson of Yes for Skillings. Mr. Manganaro.
Sorry, I didn't get it quick enough.
Cheering and music. It's a whole new experience for us, Paul.
Let me know when you want me to turn. Okay. Good evening. Let me first start by saying thank you to the many student athletes that came out here this morning. I hope it's a valuable learning lesson for you. And I'd also, before I get started, like to thank the Yes for Skillings Field Committee. I've had the pleasure of working with them and making new friends over the last 5 months. And this is really what small government and small towns are supposed to be all about. To get started, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having me speak tonight, or allowing me to speak tonight. And good evening, neighbors, friends, town meeting members. I am Paul Manganaro, a Precinct 6 resident and chair of the Yes for Skillings Field Committee. I'm also the president of the Winchester Field Development Council that was established in 2008 as the private fundraising arm for the joint venture between Winchester's private and public sectors. That joint venture, despite many hurdles and concerns at the time, was very successful in completing both phases of the Manchester Field renovation project. The WFDC is currently finishing its private fundraising for lights to be installed at Manchester Field. My involvement with the Manchester Field renovation project allowed me to see firsthand the great accomplishments and benefits the community may realize when it comes together and its residents provide passion, hard work, dedication, respect, and compromise for a cause. I, even though not directly involved, also witnessed this success with another major project in town, the Right Lock Farm project. I am not a doctor, scientist, politician, or engineer. I have a physical education degree from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, Bailey. I make my living breeding thoroughbred racehorses. My passion for the last 27 years has been coaching young people in our community, providing young people the opportunity to experience a classroom without walls, and giving many of them the chance to set goals, deal with adversity, and excel while sharing all in the social benefits that being part of a team can provide is priceless. Not every lesson can be taught in a classroom, and some students struggle finding where they fit in a classroom setting. To conduct these classes without walls, we need adequate, safe, and practical field space, something our community has been lacking and is proven by the number of groups forced to rent other facilities in neighboring towns, costing us about $70,000 last year in rental income just between youth soccer and youth lacrosse. And also the extremely high number of postponements, scheduling conflicts, and altogether cancellations of practice times and games. The quest to provide our student athletes and community with the field complex at Skilling's Field that would be on par with our new high school began with a group of 8 individuals, then quickly grew to about 20, and then to 2,000 on a petition, and over 2,500 yes votes at the election on March 28th. These numbers do not include the thousands of younger residents of non-voting age that support this project. During the past several months, the Yes for Skilling's Field Committee, made up of a diverse group of residents ranging in age from 8 to 88, has spent countless hours building bridges with other residents and other groups in town to educate and to be educated on the pros and cons of this project. Tonight we all heard or will hear countless speeches about process, finances, sand, trees, turf, drainage, and engineering. I would like you to focus and think more about people, because the foundation of a strong community is made up of its people and how those people interact and support one another, even if they don't see eye to eye on every issue. I would like to introduce you to a small sample of people that may live on your street or in your precinct that are passionate about this project and seek your support tonight. Matt, can you help me with this?
Hello, my name is Dr. Shannon Botari. I'm a local ER doctor at Hallmark Health and Tufts. I work primarily at Melrose Wakefield Hospital and Lawrence Memorial Hospital. I'm also the chair of the Board of Health here in Winchester. I'm also a mom of 3 student athletes. I just wanted to say that I support Skilling's Field as a safe opportunity for our children. So vote yes on the field.
I support this project because in my entire softball career, we've never been able to play on campus and on fields equivalent to that of the boys' baseball team.
I'm a local resident in Winchester. I'm also a real estate professional, and I feel that this project would add value to the community.
And my name is Moose Polino. Please vote for Skilling's Field.
We support the turf field because it's an opportunity to be a leader, and it helps us prevent rainouts for our games.
We're student athletes at Winchester High School.
We need this field because it'll greatly benefit our program for now and for years to come. We need a surface we can play on all year rounds, and it allows us to gain an edge on our opponents.
We absolutely support the artificial turf field, and together the artificial turf field and the pool will allow that space to become a tremendous asset for our community.
We're student athletes on the Winchester High School football team. The competition in sports has taught us great leadership skills and self-discipline.
We support the Skilling's turf field because we compete with other teams for field space.
Hello, we are middle school student athletes coming up to the high school next year, and we hope to play at a brand new turf field.
We support the new turf field because there's a very limited amount of field space for girls softball in Winchester.
I do believe that having a great asset in the town of a good field is a help to everybody in the town, and it helps our property values as well.
A turf field is a need, not a want, especially for our sport, and we lose practice time due to the sun setting.
We support Skilling's Field because we compete with other teams for field space. Being student athletes has taught us commitment and leadership.
Through sports here at Winchester High, we've learned to push ourselves and have also formed friendships that will last beyond the field.
We support the Skilling's turf field because we oftentimes are competing with other teams for turf time, and our practices get rained out.
We support having turf fields at Skilling's because we now have an opportunity to practice in all kinds of weather.
Hi, this is Jeff Countland, and for 8 years here in Winchester, I ran the TOPS soccer program. TOPS is a program for children with disabilities, physical and cognitive disabilities, to play modified soccer. We play in the spring and fall. The last few years, we've been using the turf field at McCall Middle School, which works out much better than grass surface for a number of reasons. One, wet, bumpy grass is not good for children with balance and cognitive issues. But due to the competition for the turf field, it's been very difficult to get access to that field. And we're hoping you do vote for the turf field tonight, and this would be to the benefit of these children, and the parents are all on board with it as well. Thank you very much.
I hope you vote yes.
Please vote yes for the artificial turf field.
Please allow our voice to be heard with the yes vote. Thank you.
Please allow our voice to be heard. Thank you.
You supported our new high school. Please help finish the job and support our field.
We ask for your support of our classroom without walls, so please vote yes this evening.
Please allow our voices to be heard and vote yes.
So I do ask for your support in approving the Skillings Field project.
Please vote yes. Thank you.
Please allow our voices to be heard and vote yes.
Thank you.
Please allow our voice to be heard and vote yes. Thank you.
Please support this project. You supported our new high school. Please help us finish it. Thank you.
Please allow us to compete on a level playing field with our competition and vote yes.
In conclusion, I would just like you to please help us continue to build these bridges that we started building in our community and trust in our form of government by supporting this project and the many residents, committees, school officials, and experts that stand with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manganaro. Further on the question? Yes, Mr. Jarius.
D.F. Jarius, Precinct 8. I have 3 questions. One of them is the gentleman for the Board of Selectmen talked about how much water was going to be saved due to the turf field, but he said nothing about how much water went into manufacturing the turf field. So if we're going to talk about total lifetime water savings, we have to know how much water went into manufacturing. So that's just, if we want to be technically accurate, we have to be technically accurate. The other question for the person from the Environmental Committee, and I'm afraid I've forgotten the name of the committee, there was a talk about CO2 offsets, and there was no mention of the cost of those offsets. And the third question I have is, I don't know how much it's going to cost when this field needs to get replaced. And I didn't see that. It's not been budgeted. I don't know what the time frame is. And are we going to be required to take that out of our free cash? Do we need another override in order to pay for that? I'm worried what happens in 10 or 15 years when we have to replace the field. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarius. Mr. Gollybuff, perhaps you could, or somebody from your table could address, I think there was a somewhat rhetorical question as to the manufacturing costs in terms of the water of the field, if you have that information. And the other question went to the issue of replacement of the field and whether or not there's any provision for that, and if there is a cost associated with that, where that will come from. And I know that Mr. Betancourt is prepared to address the CO2 offset question, so I'll allow him to do that. But if you could address the first and third questions, I'd appreciate it.
So the first one, the water usage for manufacturing, I don't think we have an answer for that. We do know that 1.5 million gallons of water for 10 years is probably a lot more to water grass than it is to manufacture turf field. But we can. Yeah.
Mr. Jarius, allow Mr. Gollybuff.
As far as the cost of greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Betancourt will present about that later. On the cost of replacement in 10 to 15 years, that is an issue with any capital asset in our town. And this is an addition to the capital plan of the town. When we buy a new ambulance, for example, we don't say, let's set aside money to also replace the ambulance in 8 years when that ambulance falls apart. Or when we buy a fire truck or any other capital asset of the town. We spend the money that is needed today or that the town approved today, and then we have a capital planning process. We have the capital planning committee that has a spreadsheet that sets things when they're needed to be replaced, and we have the building stabilization fund, the capital stabilization fund that are made to fund the capital plant of the town and the replacement when those things are needed. There is no asset in the town that we say, let's pay for it today and let's also pay for the replacement when it falls apart. That's not the process that we have ever followed. That's not the process that we plan to follow here either. We plan to follow the same process that we follow for any other capital asset.
And Mr. Betancourt, on the CO2 offset question.
Thank you. I'll be brief in answering the question. One of the values of the town of Winchester is climate action and being responsible for the environmental health of our community. And so I think it's important for us to address, as Dr. Kalabi had mentioned earlier, some of the steps we've taken over the years. In 2009, the Board of Selectmen established the Climate Action Task Force, and after that, the task force created the Climate Action Plan, and we moved into create a Climate Action Advisory Committee, as you heard from the chair of that committee, and that was intended to implement the Climate Action Committee, and the focus of that was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in town for residents, but also at the residential level. As you can see, the specific objective was to create a coordinated effort to reduce the harmful financial, environmental, health, and geopolitical effects of greenhouse gases from all sources. Over the past few years, Winchester has actually been recognized throughout the state as a leader. Most recently, a Leading by Example award was received by the town in the Climate Action Committee by the Department of Energy Resources. We have also reached a green community status in 2011. Some of the things that you've noticed are single stream recycling, the smart trash program, and the Solarize Winchester program, and most recently the herring fish ladder. This was all as a result of the Climate Action Plan and the work of the Climate Action Advisory Committee. And also, we think of being a green community as being there for environmental interests, but also we've saved a lot of money. There have been over $5 million in costs averted as we've developed this plan, and the Energy Management Committee has been working with the Climate Action Committee on doing that, and more than $2 million in direct energy savings for the town. So there's been huge value. So when we came together to discuss the Skillings Field project, as you heard, there are greenhouse gas emission offsets that need to be considered. So what we've done is we met with leaders from the green community and worked with the Climate Action Committee to find funds for the offsets, to recycle the turf field, use the encapsulated silica, track user health for the artificial field, so that is so make sure that our students are healthy. I think that we haven't done that in the past. We haven't really looked at the usage of the field, and I think it's important to know over a period of time if there are any effects. And ultimately, we're going to create an offset policy for all town projects. So anytime we replace a green space, we will also consider an offset policy. To answer Mr. Jerry's question, we will, based on the offset calculations and the square footage, the town is going to be looking at setting up a committee to apply a $10,000 payment for this offset that will be used outside of the Skillings Field project itself. It will not be as part of the bonding of this, but it will be separate funds raised either from sources like the hospital gift account, which are not part of our normal budget, or other resources that we have. So, and as I mentioned, we'll continue with this policy in the future. So anytime that we identify a need, we will be supporting those needs with funds and with projects. And this committee will be determining where to put trees or plantings or improving other locations around town.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Further on the question? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Denise Goluboff, Precinct 5, Town Meeting Member. A lot of athletes in the house. I love that. I don't see a lot of female athletes in the house. Maybe there's a couple. Woohoo! Yay, one showed up. Awesome. So I guess what I wanted to say was I love the idea of equity and that this field brings equity, but I don't know if the folks who schedule the fields and the games are here. I would love to hear if there will be a focus on equity and actually scheduling who uses this field. Because my fear as a female athlete myself is that we'll get this beautiful field, and then the lacrosse team, the baseball team, they deserve to use it, but so do the women. And I saw that video, and it touched me in many ways to hear the softball players and the field hockey players saying, hey, we really want to be able to play in our own town. So I don't know if there's anyone who can speak to making sure there's equity in scheduling.
Certainly, thank you, Ms. Gollibuff. And the athletic director, Winchester Public School System, will address that question as to Ms. Gollibuff's question about whether there's consideration for equity in the use of the fields.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm in charge of scheduling the field for the high school. And the plan is, and always has been, I've been a big proponent of putting the softball field on campus on the same surface so that there is equity in the program. I want to be in Title IX compliance, and I've been a big proponent of that all along. So the way the field would be scheduled would be on a rotational basis. So practice-wise, they would, pretty much in the spring, say, for example, baseball, softball, they would be equal use, and it would probably be on a weekly basis who goes, who uses the field for the first shift and second shift. So say 2:30 to 4, 4 to 5:30, or usually the field usage is 2:30 to 6 for the high school programs. So that would be broken up evenly, and it would, depending on the week. Softball would go first, baseball second. Next week, baseball would go first, softball second. And then in terms of games, they would have equal opportunity. They'd have the same amount of host the same amount of home games. So usually when baseball is home, softball would be away, and vice versa. And then in the fall, it'd be very similar between field hockey, boys and girls soccer, and football. And it'd be on a rotational basis, and we'd make sure that the field was evenly used throughout all the programs in the school.
Thank you, Mr. Rhea. Further in the question, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead, the chairperson of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Whitehead.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we've been asked to vote on a project that has come before us by initiative petition without having been reviewed in the normal manner. Consequently, it's up to this special town meeting to decide whether this project does or does not justify the $2.34 million of taxpayer dollars. I rise to suggest that it does not. The average tax bill has increased 38.8% over the last 10 years, far in excess of what would a compounded rate of 2.5% would be 28%. The difference, of course, is what's been voted, special overrides been voted by this town meeting. Over the past few years, the year-over-year tax increase has been trending upward. This upward trend is the result of several major projects, including 2 new schools, multiple flood control projects, plus water and sewage system upgrades. This high rate of increase is likely to continue as the currently staff projects a 5% increase in fiscal 18 taxes over those you are currently paying, and that estimate does not include any allowance for the turf field, which won't hit the tax bill until fiscal 19. As this slide explains, there are many large capital needs that will continue to maintain a high year-over-year tax increase well into the future. Fiscal 19 will see a $38 to $40 increase in your tax bill when the permanent bonding for the culvert hits the tax bill. We need to fund several school building projects at McCall, Winch, Morocco that will cost around $80 million plus or minus, plus the flood control project at a cost of $6 to $8 million. Not to mention ongoing water, drainage, and sewer projects. I am concerned that the continued high year-over-year tax increases are having a negative impact on seniors and on less affluent and single-parent families. I'm also concerned that such increases will make voters less willing to approve the overrides necessary to carry out school building and other important upcoming projects. Ask yourself if the installation of a synthetic turf field on Skillings and its subsequent impact on future taxes warrants the same priority as those other capital needs. I accept the proponents' arguments that sports participation is increasing with increasing school enrollment, and that having a multi-purpose turf field will extend the play season by at least a month. I further agree that the annual maintenance costs will be lower than that for a grass field, but I take issue with the argument that the turf field will save money over the long haul. Business school taught me to consider life cycle costs when comparing alternative investments. So I calculated the life cycle cost of a turf field and a grass field over a 24-year period. You can take issue with some of my numbers, but you will note that despite the lower annual maintenance cost, a turf field will cost roughly twice as much as a natural grass field over the same period. I set the turf installation cost lower than the $2.34 million because I omitted the cost of remediating a portion of the field for this project, and I assumed that the cost of fencing, dugouts, and other amenities would be the same for both projects. Now, the proponents will tell you that field availability will double and that the cost per hour for use of the turf field will be less. However, my calculations tell me availability won't double or even come close. Assuming that the field is a turf field is available 1 month earlier in the spring, I calculate field availability at 2,417 hours, or 70% of the daylight hours, while a natural grass field is only available 2,211 hours under ideal conditions. Discount that latter figure by 15% to account for time lost after rain events, and the result is a turf field that only provides a 28% increase in available field time. That's over $3,400 additional cost per hour. Turf fields do require maintenance, but perhaps the most critical maintenance step is to regularly decompact the infill. The small granules will compact over time, making the surface harder, and the harder the field is, the higher its Gmax rating is. The Gmax rates how much force is being transferred from the field to the athlete when they hit the ground. To protect against liability and concussion lawsuits, we will need to routinely check and ensure that our fields are within the safe range on this test. Absent a GMAC test showing the field's Gmax is in the safe range, the town could find itself facing multiple lawsuits for concussions. Turf fields are not the panacea that manufacturers would have you believe. The website sinturf.org documents many horror stories, from heavy rains that cause the turf to buckle to vandalism ranging from the painting of pornographic graffiti to the torching of the field using accelerants. Such events can result in the need to replace the field much sooner than anticipated and take much longer to repair than a natural grass surface, not to mention as being a sudden and unexpected cost. Let me close by asking a few questions. Are we putting the cart before the horse? Is the proposed location the optimum location? Are there other locations that might better serve the sports community? Shouldn't we determine what fields we actually need before we spend $2.34 million without a clear understanding of the need? I mean no offense to the proponents who are doing what they believe is necessary to win approval of this proposal. But what concerns me is that this proposal looks a lot like the health care bill that recently passed the House, that dramatically increased in cost to win votes. It has morphed from less than a $2 million proposal for a baseball plus fall sports field presented to the EFPBC into a $2.34 million three-purpose field with coated silica infill, concussion padding, 2 additional dugouts, a movable pitcher's mound, plus conduit and foundations for future expensive lights. It has increased in cost because it has become a proposal trying to eliminate any and all objections to it, just like the health care bill did. The original proposal was rejected by the EFPBC as too expensive, with uncertain cost, and by voters as an expensive add-on to the culvert. Please join me in voting for the field management study and against the turf proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Further on the question? Yes, Mr. Arrico. David Arrico from the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Arrico.
Presentation? Yes. That would be forward, no, it's backwards.
Do you have a slideshow, Lance?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members.
guests. My name is David Rico. Tonight is an exciting night because we can achieve two great things. Number one, we can support the citizens of Winchester who voted on March 28th for a new multipurpose synthetic field at Skillings. And two, we can fund this project, which will give our student athletes a first-class athletic field to match the first-class high school we have. Athletics are part of the educational process. 68% of our Winchester High School students participate in athletics. Last year, we had almost 5,000 students, K through 12, participating in athletics in Winchester. The rising population of students and those involved in athletics have stressed our fields to the point that they can no longer be used. And I would say also our students have been forced, as mentioned, to go out of town to find field space. That is just not acceptable. So what happened? Parents and student athletes, they got energized to change that scenario. They got organized, they did their homework, and they got enough signatures to get question 1 on the ballot on March 28th. And on March 28th, the voters of Winchester made their statement to all of us. Simply put, they said, we want a new multi-purpose synthetic turf field at Skillings. About that vote, it was 57 to 40% in favor. The margin was 738 votes, more yes votes, and 7 out of 8 precincts voted to approve question 1 and the turf field. The voters on March 28th were well informed to all the facts pertaining to this project. There was ample public information, public debate, public dialogue pertaining to the field. Some examples. February 1st, there was a public meeting with the Field Management Committee. February 6th, meeting with the selectmen. February 7th, public meeting with the school committee. The 13th, another meeting with the selectmen, where the selectmen voted 4-1 to put the question 1 on the ballot. February 28th, a meeting with the finance committee. And on March 16th, the Yes for Skillings Field Group held a public Q&A session at Lucia's. I would add that much of the debate, both pro and con, were covered by WinCam, the Winchester Star, Wicked Local, Woburn Times. And in addition, there were more than 2,000 signatures garnered and presented to the Board of Selectmen to get question 1 on the ballot. That's a huge number of signatures and an equal number of face-to-face conversations with the public to get those signatures. There were letters to the editor in the Winchester Star. On Winchester's resident Facebook page, there were conversations regarding financial matters, health matters, relative to the project. Both pro and con were discussed. Emails were sent out, both pro and against. Phone calls were made, and information was made to the public. There was also a few informative websites. The Yes for Skillings website outlined the cost of the project, taxpayer impact, operating and replacement costs, the need, the enrollment data, field use data, and the timeline of construction. Winchester also had on its website information pertaining to question 1, spelling out the exact wording, and also had the consultant VHB's presentation of the project. So you can see the citizens of Winchester digested a great deal of information before March 28th. There were public hearings, public websites, public information sessions, mailings, phone calls, emails, social media debate, and discussion. On March 28th, the Winchester voters had the facts on the Skillings Field project. They had the costs, they heard the environmental debate, they knew the tax impact, and voters know that there's been capital projects before this field and there'll be capital projects after this field. They had the facts and they voted yes. Town meeting is a representative body of the citizens of Winchester. On March 28th, those voters said to all of us, we want the Skillings Field project. And I believe as town meeting members, we're obligated to support the will of the voters. And I would urge my fellow town meeting members to authorize the bonding of this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Further on the question, Ms. Welch.
very brief because there's so many speakers. I just wanted to point out a few things, particularly in response to Chairman Whitehead's comments. First of all, he mentioned that this process was not part of the usual manner. I would suggest, as Mr. Arrico just pointed out, this process was part of an extraordinary deliberative manner. And in fact, not only all of the numerous grassroots efforts, but all of the public involvement and the phenomenal devotion to those who are part of Yes Skillings, as well as the entire community of Winchester. I would also suggest that this proposed field would touch so many residents, not just the athletes, not just those who are part of the school community, but everyone in terms of aesthetics, even walking around. It would be, as is portrayed, an absolutely beautiful facility. I would also suggest, in deference to Chairman Whitehead's comments, which were measured and very thoughtful, but respectfully, I would suggest that many of his concerns are speculative. In closing, I would just point out that, as Mr. Arrica has just said, the vote by Winchester residents manifested their combined education and thoughtfulness and their willingness to have this project and to pay the relatively minimal amount of additional taxes for it. I would suggest that the town meeting, after this thoughtful debate tonight, nevertheless enforce the will of the voters of Winchester and complete the beautiful new Winchester High School campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Ms. Kreger.
Well, just a couple of points. First of all, before anybody gets terribly upset with me, I intend to vote in favor of this. However, that being said, I will say that it is unusual to have a capital project come before the town meeting that the Capital Planning Committee has not seen. So, I mean, I got my information by coming to some other meetings. But generally speaking, as you know, it is the practice for capital projects to come before the Capital Planning Committee so that they can be looked at in the context with the other capital projects of the town. That's one thing. Secondly, before we go creating another whole tree committee, we already have one. Just like to point that out. So let's not, I don't think there's any particular need to recreate the wheel.
Thank you, Ms. Kreger. Further question? Yes, ma'am. There's a microphone right behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Is it on? Yeah. I would like to bring the town meeting's attention to the Comprehensive Controller's Financial Report on page 36, looking at the outstanding debt. After bringing that to your attention, I have two questions for the Finance Committee. One is, what will be the final cost of this project? I remember when we debated the town hall, we talked about the actual cost of the project. So what will be the actual cost of this project over the life of the loan? In other words, what's all the interest going to cost us? The other is, what is this graph here brings us up to FY16. We're now voting on FY18. What is the outstanding debt balance for FY17?
Thank you. The town meeting member asked the Finance Committee if it could speak to the final cost of the project, taking into account the interest on the $2.3 million that the town proposes to borrow. Through its chairperson, Mr. Michelson. Mr. Michelson.
So the initial principal payments, the project of this would cost $2.4 million, as was mentioned in the prior conversation. We're expecting from a debt service standpoint to borrow money at about 3.5% interest over the life of a 15-year bond. That would give us approximately $725,725 in interest. So that would bring the total cost of the project up to $3.125 million. And of course, this would be bonded and then charged based on, as was mentioned, around $27 to pay for the cost of it. Thank you.
The town meeting members' other question, either to Ms. Ward, the town comptroller, if you could speak to the outstanding public debt of the town as of fiscal year 2017. Stacy Ward, the town comptroller. Ms. Ward.
Good evening, everybody. As of the, let's see, October 28th is the last time we issued long-term debt with the town for the high school project. So our outstanding debt is $144 million. Since then, we've issued, I believe, $21,000 for MWRA bonds, and then an additional maybe $200,000. I don't have the information off the top of my head. But we plan on issuing in the fall, most likely, for the Skillings remediation project and the culvert, yes, to the tune about maybe $10 million. So at this point, within the next 6 months or so, we'll be at about I can't do math, sorry, in my head. Terrible thing for a comptroller, I need my calculator. So about 155 million.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Further question? Yes, Ms. Sarah?
Ann Sarah, Precinct 1. I just wanted to bring up a topic that we haven't talked about tonight, and that's stormwater. The fields that I've seen, including the proposed design by VHB, according to one of their slides, also the one for their soccer field, the one for Manchester, these are built with compacted soil. The type of gravel that they use is interlocking gravel. It doesn't have a lot of space for water to collect, so it's not really a reservoir. And then there's a couple of layers on top. But basically, the water is not stored in the field. What happens is that there's an under drain. So when you are thinking about, oh, I'm going to be so happy to be able to use this field, that water is going somewhere. And where it's going is the Aberjona. So essentially what we're going to be doing is we will have spent millions of dollars to open up the Aberjona just downstream of where we're going to basically be building a quasi-parking lot in the floodway and moving all that water to the river. So that may be okay with you, but it is a concern because we will be making this trade-off where we're not just paying for it, we're going to be paying for it in a couple of different ways.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I don't know if the proponents want to speak to the stormwater drainage issues.
Yes, we'll have Jake San Antonio from VHB.
Mr. San Antonio, a consultant to the town from VHB. Mr. San Antonio.
Yeah, hi, Jake San Antonio with VHB. So the drainage there underneath the turf field is a crushed stone. It has about 35% void space. So that void space is used to store the rainwater that will fall on the turf field. And there'll be an outlet control structure from the under drains in the field that will mitigate any increase in runoff, peak rate or volume of runoff, so it'll have no impact on the flows of the Aberjona River.
Thank you very much. Further on the question? So the town meeting member has made a motion to move the question, which is a procedural motion. It does not allow for debate. It requires a second. Is there a second? The motion to move the question, a procedural motion that requires a 2/3 vote of the meeting. If the motion to move the question is allowed, there'll be no further debate, and the town meeting will proceed immediately to a vote on the main motion. If the motion to move the question is defeated, then we will return to debate on the main motion. So the matter comes before the town meeting on the motion to move the question and cut off debate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The chair is in doubt on the 2/3 issue on the motion to move the question. So all those in favor of move the question, please rise and the tellers will count. $19, 26, 37? 30. All those opposed to moving the question, please rise and the tellers will count. 12.
7.
7. 9. 18. $158 members of the town meeting having voted, 105 needed for passage, 112 in favor and 46 against. The motion to move the question passes, and the town meeting will now vote on the main motion to authorize the expenditure and bonding of the funds for the synthetic turf field. An affirmative vote in favor of the field. All those in favor, please rise and the tellers will count. Twenty-six. 28.
39.
39. 34. All those opposed, please rise and the tellers will count. 4. 5. 7. 14. $157 members of the town meeting having voted, 105 votes needed for passage, 127 in favor and 30 against. The motion passes. The town meeting will be in order. The chair will now entertain a motion to close the special town meeting. Motion having been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. The special town meeting is closed. After a 10-minute break, we will return to the regular town meeting. It's critical, if you're a town meeting member, that you return. We have some important business left to do. For those of you who participated in the debate tonight from the public, thank you very much. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Iden. You are watching the third session of Winchester's Spring Town Meeting. And what you've been watching up till now, if you've been watching, is the special town meeting convened to vote on the Skilling's proposal to install an artificial turf field at Skilling's Field. So that is a special town meeting. Procedurally, we came into the regular town meeting. It was put in recess to go to the special town meeting. Full house here tonight. You can probably hear the noise in the background. It was packed with student athletes and their parents. We opened the town meeting with a tribute to David Leland, who passed away on Friday, longtime member of town meeting for well over 20 years, and a moment of silence for Mr. Leland. So we had the special town meeting. Basically, the question was to approve the expenditure of $2.339 million to install an artificial turf field at Skilling's Field. We heard that the school system has 66 sports teams and over 900 students participating in school sports here in Winchester. The main proponent was Mariano Goluboff, the newly elected member of the Board of Selectmen. He said the basic question is to build more fields, talking about the increasing use of the fields, to build more fields or make the fields we have more efficient. He said that on March 28th, 58% of the town voters voted in favor of spending this money to create an artificial turf field. He commented that the first 3 weeks of baseball practice this spring had to be postponed due to the weather. And in the fall, heavy use of the fields destroys the grass, and said that the town uses about 1.3 million gallons of water every year just to water regular grass fields, natural grass fields. He also commented on the filler to be used in this field because there's been some controversy on that. The use of granulated rubber has had some questionable health effects. He said after evaluating a lot of fillers, they are recommending a coated silica filler that's available in colors that can determine how much heat is absorbed by the field. And he said a 25-year shock pad is being installed under it because the silica filler is not quite as resilient as the granular rubber. The Finance Committee voted unanimous support. They said it would cost about $5,000 a year to maintain it versus $15,000 or more to maintain our natural grass field. School Committee also voted to support it, although the actual vote was not mentioned. And then we heard from the main proponent, Paul Manganaro, who's the chair of the Skilling's Field Committee. He commented on the fact that the town spent $70,000 last year to rent space in other fields, field space in other towns because of weather-related issues restricting the use of the Winchester fields. There was about a 5-minute video that would contain the endorsements of many of the student athletes and many other people in town. We heard from the Climate Action Committee and Selectman Betancourt about the effect on greenhouse gas emissions on an artificial field versus a natural grass turf field. We heard a question from one of the town meeting members about equity in the scheduling of the fields, giving ample time to female athletes as well as male athletes. The opposition was headed up by Selectman Jim Whitehead. He said he was opposed to it. He commented on the number of tax increases and the cumulative effect of those tax increases on the taxpayers of Winchester. And he said there are more debts to come with more school projects, more water and sewer projects, and more infrastructure projects. He also said commented on the maintenance needs that had not been addressed, in his opinion, of artificial turf. Selectman David Rico was up next. He said to support the votes. The voters voted to support a first-class field to match a first-class high school, in his words. And he commented on the number of public meetings and the amount of public input that was taken before the election on March 28th. Jackie Welch from the Planning Board, speaking as a town meeting member, commented on the aesthetics of a field as a beautiful asset to the community. Our town controller was asked what the total cumulative debt load of the town was, and she said it was about $155 million estimated at current. And at that point, a town meeting member made a motion to move the question and cut off debate. That motion was passed and then moved right to the main motion, which passed by 127 to 30. So Winchester will borrow the money, $2.3 million, to install an artificial turf field on the newly graded area of Skillings Field. So that's where we are. We have recessed the special town meeting, adjourned the special town meeting, and we will come back to the regular spring town meeting, and looks like we will begin with Article 25. So stay tuned. We will, with a little luck, town meeting will wrap up its business tonight. So we'll see if that happens. So stay tuned. I'll be back with a wrap up at the conclusion of tonight's session.
Yeah, I'm sure. The town meeting members will take their seats.
Take your water on mine. That light? No. Like just where you're sitting.
It's all right, I'm the youngest today, I can take it. No, it probably has something to do with it.
If the town meeting members will please take their seats and the meeting will come to order. So this brings us back to the third evening of the regular town meeting, and hopefully the chair hopes the last evening of the regular town meeting. Just for the benefit of the town meeting members, we have a motion for reconsideration on Article 2, which by procedure will be the first thing we hear this evening. We'll then proceed to debate on Articles 25 through 42, and there are then two other matters that we'll need to address. Article 22, which was postponed to a time certain, that time being the last matter at this session of the town meeting. And then under Article 14, the budget article, we are the victims of one typographical error and one inadvertent omission, which we'll need to correct by having a quick motion to reconsider and then vote on those. That should be mainly procedural. I think the most substantive matter we'll have will likely be the personnel article, but the chair has great faith in Mr. Chimetz in steering us through that in a prompt manner. So we should be in good shape. So this returns us to the regular town meeting, and the regular town meeting, the first order of business is Article 2, and the motion to reconsider Article 2 brought by Jennifer Wilson. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, town meeting members, for hearing from me on a motion which has become somewhat anticlimactic, if not downright boring. So 2 weeks ago tonight, we had the opportunity to discuss and debate a solicitation bylaw. This proposed addition to our regulations was being brought to us by the selectmen for a second time. The debate was a good one, and you will recall that late in the proceedings, our discerning colleague Roger Wilson raised the issue of whether a neighborhood youth seeking to do chores for money, like snow shoveling, would be subject to the permit process, and the answer was yes, to the chagrin of a number of town meeting members. This question raised a common sense concern that we did not that night solve on the floor of town meeting, and this is one reason why that article was defeated. I know that I was only one of a number of town meeting members who the next morning felt somewhat dissatisfied. Roger's scenario could have been easily addressed by a simple amendment. If I had been thinking a little quicker on my feet, I might have come up with one. And many others told me that they felt the same. That is, that they wished that they had been thinking quicker on their feet, not that they thought I should have been thinking quicker on my feet. So my motion to reconsider was brought on the theory that of the issues that had been identified by town meeting at that debate, this particular one, the youth shoveling snow, was A, uncontroversial, B, easily fixable, and C, not fixed on the floor of town meeting, not so much because of complexity or because of lack of interest, but just because we didn't think fast enough. Moreover, it seemed to sway a decisive number of votes. If my reconsideration motion were to be brought and passed at a challenging 2/3 threshold, the plan was to offer a simple amendment which was approved by town council and by the selectmen, that would accommodate a neighborhood youth exemption for babysitters, snow shovelers, lawnmowers. Then, if the article passed or failed, it would not be because town meeting didn't do its best work. Since the reconsideration motion last Monday, a number of people have approached me, and a number of people have approached various members of the Board of Selectmen to suggest other changes to the bylaws in other areas. So, for instance, a suggestion has been made to eliminate the provisions regarding a quarry check. Another suggestion was to add language, possibly even the language that we had eliminated by amendment 2 weeks ago, to help ensure that the police would act expeditiously on a request for a permit. So thanks to everyone who has brought forward these comments, by the way, and for everyone who's giving thought to this ordinance. Two themes emerged from these conversations. The first is that a lot of people want a bylaw about solicitation and canvassing. They just might not want exactly this one. And then the second theme is that the additional changes that people were bringing forward were not so easily fixable as the snow shoveling youth and did not necessarily lend themselves to last-minute drafting on the floor of town meeting. We're not a legislative drafting body. So it seems like at this point, a working group or further study could be a more productive means to a successful bylaw than to our raising these amendments one by one and then debating them without necessarily having a sense of how all of the pieces fit together when our work is done. As you will hear, the selectmen would like to do further work on this bylaw. And so, having made my first ever motion to reconsider in my almost 20 years in town meeting, I now respectfully move for indefinite postponement of my motion to reconsider to allow the board to continue to do its good work on this matter. In the meantime, if you have an opinion on the solicitation bylaw, if you like the one that has already been proposed to you, or if there are changes that you like, if there are things that you really would not want to be changed, then I urge you to bring those concerns and those thoughts to your favorite selectman. Or mix it up and bring it to your least favorite selectman. Keep them guessing a little bit. But with all due respect, the selectmen have been phenomenal to sense that the town is ready, like so many other Massachusetts communities, to have some measure that will at least have people who not canvass for a cause, not raising money for a charity, not ask to sign a petition to get put on a ballot, but people who come to want to sell us something, that they should at least tell us who they are. They should at least put their name somewhere, perhaps. So it seems a lot of people think that's a good idea. Kudos to the selectmen for being willing to have this lodestone around their neck for one more session of town meeting, and hopefully 3 times will be a charm for them. And I want to thank them for entertaining my motions here, and I urge you to vote yes on indefinite postponement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, is there a second on the motion for indefinite postponement? I believe Mr. Arrico from the Board of Selectmen wants to speak on indefinite postponement as well. Mr. Arrico. I think you've been in the town meeting too long when you have a favorite selectman, Ms. Wilson.
No, the last one. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. I'd like to thank Jennifer Wilson for bringing up the motion to reconsider and then also the motion to indefinitely postpone. Like this board and the board that brought this article up several years ago, the board believes that a solicitation bylaw or regulations makes Winchester a safer community. But we do want to get it right. When I came here last week, I had mentioned that I had looked at the towns directly around Winchester. So I went back to the drawing board and looked around. This is a map that shows basically from central Mass to the coastline. As you can see, all the communities in yellow have some form of bylaw regulation regarding solicitation and canvassing. The big red dot is Boston, and guess who was the small red dot? Let's see if we have any guesses. Yes, it is Winchester. These are all the communities that I researched, either looking online or calling the police department or the selectman's office in these other communities. So there's literally 140 different versions, and what we want to do is we want to get the right version that's right for Winchester. We'll set up a working group during the summer to listen to people's concerns. But the bottom line is the selectmen believe that having a bylaw regulation regarding solicitation will make Winchester safe, and we want to do what's right for Winchester, and hopefully we'll find that magic, those magic words that will get it passed. So thank you for your consideration for indefinite postponement.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. The motion comes on motion to indefinite. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
First off, I'd like to think it was my persuasive argument last town meeting and my help from my colleagues over on the right who brought up the snow shoveling issue. I want to say again, this is an issue that I think we need to seriously consider. We have yet to fully explore educating our community through the police department, through neighborhood watch committees, say something, see something type programs. I think there's a lot that needs to be done before we rush into creating additional bureaucracy for the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matter comes on the motion to indefinitely postpone the motion for reconsideration. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. So the chair is remiss in not making a procedural point for the meeting, which is during the recess, a gentleman came to me and gave me 2 crumpled up $20 bills, which he said somebody had dropped in the rear exit aisle. Not sure who can identify U.S. currency as being theirs. But if somebody knows that they or their more likely child had $40 stuffed in their sock and it fell out, I'm now in possession of it, and I will remit it to the town comptroller at the close of the evening. And we'll be spending $40 less than we were going to spend. So this brings us to Article 25. Under Article 25, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded the town vote to appropriate $50,000 for engineering services related to the Complete Street Program, including all design, engineering, bid documents, and other costs incidental or related thereto, said appropriation to come from free cash. On behalf of the motion under Article 25, the Board of Selectmen, through its chairperson, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead.
This time I rise in favor of the bill. I wish you could have all heard at the Mass Municipal Association the comedian Paula Poundstone take issue with the term complete streets. She wondered if that meant they weren't paved. Didn't put stripes on them, didn't do what. But anyway, the Complete Streets program is a program that's began in fiscal 17. Our engineering department and DPW worked very hard and very fast to get us in line for the first tranche of money, which was $400,000. The grant program's expected to run for 5 years, and we received the full amount thanks to their good work in fiscal 17. Now, the program only funds improvements to the safety and accessibility for all modes of travel, pedestrian, bicycling, transit, vehicles, but they only pay for the construction. So what we're here tonight to ask for is the design money to get us ready for the next round of $400,000. So, and that's $50,000. Now what does this do? You know, you may have seen it. Currently, there's traffic calming improvements underway at 3 locations: Forest Street at Brookside Avenue, Forest Street at Clematis, and at Forest Street and Cross Street. In addition, you'll soon be seeing the installation of what are known as rapid rectangular flashing beacons, RRFBs, at 4 locations, including Pond Street at Chesterford Road, Highland Avenue at Stone Avenue, Johnson Road at Amberwood, and Church Street near Central Street across from the Episcopal Church. In addition, there will be some your speed radar installations at various locations to try to calm traffic, most specifically near Ginn Field, on Bacon Street, on Highland Avenue near Prospect, and on Loring Avenue and Laughlin Road, where speeds are known to be in excess of the speed limit most of the time. So in what we're requesting, looking at for fiscal 18, are some sidewalk improvements on Johnson Road and Wildwood Street between Albemarle Road and Bigelow Avenue, improvements to the intersection of Westland Avenue and Wildwood Street. That's a curb realignment, handicap ramps, and new sidewalks. Another one of those rapid rectangular flashing beacons and curb extensions on Main Street at Hemingway Street, and more of the your speed radar installations. So we'd like to like your approval for this funding so we can design these projects and get in line for this $400,000. It's a good return on your investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. May we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee? It's Chairperson, Mr. Michelson. Mr. Michelson.
The Finance Committee voted favorable action for Article 25, $50,000. This is a good use of funds for the grant that we're getting from the state, from Mass DOT. Thank you.
Matter comes before the town meeting on the motion under Article 25 as previously read by the chair. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 26, brought by the Board of Selectmen. Under Article 26, it's moved and seconded that the town be authorized to accept and expend funds from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Transportation for maintenance, repair, alteration, relocation, and other improvements to townways and/or purchase of equipment, acquisition of easements, and payment of damages and expenses in connection therewith, and to authorize the transfer and use of for said purposes of any unused balances. Motion brought by the Board of Selectmen. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen, or the Town Manager, Mr. Howard. This is a motion to accept Chapter 90 funds from the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Very straightforward. Town meeting members, done every year. The Commonwealth authorizes $200 million in so-called Chapter 90 improvements throughout the Commonwealth. The town of Winchester's allotment is the figure that you see down at the bottom of the background, $524,000 and change. And we will put it to good use fixing up streets and sidewalks in the town.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. May we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee? Finance Committee, Mr. Michelson. Mr. Michelson.
Finance Committee voted favorable action for Article 26. We like receiving money in from the state and not spending any. Thanks.
All those in favor of the motion under Article 26 as previously read by the chair, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to Article 27. Under Article 27, brought by the Town Manager, it's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $100,000 to supplement account number 0397252 for the purpose of engineering and associated consultation pertaining to the location of the electric transmission lines in Winchester as proposed by Eversource in accordance with its petition to the Energy Facility Siting Board, Department of Public Utilities, EFSB 15-04 DPW, 15-140, 141, and EFSB 15-03/DPD 15-6465, said appropriation to come from free cash. On behalf of the motion under Article 27, the Town Manager, Mr. Howard.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. If the town meeting recalls, we've been before here with other requests on this particular topic. Both of the petitions have moved into new phases, so the town has put up a case in resistance to having the 345 kilovolt line located within the town. That line runs from Woburn over to Wakefield, and there's a segment that is proposed to appear in Winchester. You have authorized previously funds to have us hire consultants and pay for legal costs associated with fighting that petition. That case is in its entirety. The Siting Board is now in the process of making its decision. They will come out with a decision sometime over the next month or two. the board at that time, and hopefully we'll have made our case so that the Winchester segment goes through, Woburn actually goes through the community north of us. If it fails to work out in our favor, the board at that time will have to decide whether or not to appeal the case to a higher level. Decisions of the siting board get appealed to the state's Supreme Court. Some of the money that's being asked for here could be directed to that. It will not be necessary, again, should the siting board rule in our favor and the line segment is sited in Woburn rather than in Winchester. At the same time, we are now in negotiations with Eversource about the layout of the 115 kilovolt line, which runs from Everett up to Woburn, again, the substation, comes up Main Street, comes up Bacon Street, goes through Wildwood Street, goes up to Pond, and eventually goes to the substation. We will need some consultation to help the engineering department with the utility work and the siting work that will go with the layout of that line. That money we are now negotiating, or the cost for those items we are now negotiating with Eversource to get reimbursed for. So it is our hope that a large portion of the $100,000 that we're asking for your authorization on tonight will come back to the town by virtue of Eversource committing to reimburse us for the hiring of the experts that we will need to help engineering with the layout of the line. So that's the explanation of it. I'm glad to answer any questions, Mr. Moderator, but we would ask for your approval on the $100,000.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. May we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee? Finance Committee, Mr. Michelson.
Finance Committee voted favorable action on Article 27, the $100,000 to supplement the Eversource Fund. We do expect to get some money back based on outcomes from the Eversource cases, but this is required now for us to spend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. The motion comes before the town meeting under Article 27 for the appropriation of $100,000 in the form and manner previously read by the chair. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to Article 28. And under Article 28, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded to continue a revolving fund for the Archival Center in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, in order to receive monies, grants, or gifts and fees associated with the sale or reproduction of historical items, that funds derived from the sale of such items be expended by authorization of the town manager, and that the amount of the expenses be limited to $5,000 in fiscal year 2018, and your remaining funds to remain in this account and not to be rolled into the general fund at the close of the fiscal year. Article 28, motion by the town manager. The town manager, Mr. Howard.
So what should be the very familiar 5 articles about revolving funds. The first one, starting it off, is the archival work, and the authorization there, as you can see, is a limitation of $5,000. But this is a standard article that you see and vote on every year, and we ask your approval of the same this year.
May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Mr. Michelson.
Finance Committee voted favorable action on the Article 28, the $5,000 for the Archival Center revolving fund. Thank you.
Motion under Article 28 to establish the Archival Center revolving fund. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to Article 29, a motion brought by the Board of Selectmen and the School Committee. It's moved and seconded to continue a revolving fund in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, and the motion otherwise reads as set forth on page 49 of the written materials before you, and provides for the revolving fund amount of expenses to be limited to $95,000 associated with the use of energy in school and municipal buildings. On the motion under Article 29, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Again, the same familiar text, the exact same amount being recommended for use from fees collected for rental of school facilities.
Recommendation for the Finance Committee, Mr. Michelson.
Finance Committee votes favorable action on Article 29 for the $95,000 for the Energy Revolving Fund. Thank you.
Motion under Article 29 for the Energy Use Revolving Fund is previously read by the chair and is set forth in the written materials before you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This Brings us to Article 30. Article 30, motion brought by the Board of Health to establish another revolving fund, expenses to be limited to $75,000 in fiscal year 2018 to receive monies, grants, or gifts and fees charged for public health programs such as clinics. The motion otherwise reads as set forth on page 50 of the written materials before you. On behalf of the motion, Jennifer Murphy from the Board of Health. Ms. Murphy. It's kind of odd that the Municipal Association employs a comedian to address it, don't you think? You'd think with the federal government you wouldn't need that, right? Ms. Murphy, on behalf of the Board of Health, revolving fund, sorry for the commentary.
No problem. Hi, good evening. There's not much to add to the language that was just read to you. We are allowed to receive revenue from our reimbursements from private health insurance, public health insurance, once we vaccinate the public. And so this fund allows us to house that revenue in that fund, and then for the next year we can expend those funds for the same types of materials, vaccines, Band-Aids, alcohol, gauze, and of course staff time for nurses and clerks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy. A recommendation for the Finance Committee, Mr. Michelson.
For Article 30, the Finance Committee recommended favorable action for $75,000 for the Board of Health revolving fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The motion comes before the town meeting on Article 30 as previously read by the chair and is set forth in written materials on page 50. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to Article 31, a motion brought by the Field Management Committee. Under Article 31, as set forth on page 51 of the written materials, it's moved and seconded to continue a revolving fund, and the motion otherwise reads as set forth in written materials to receive monies, grants, or gifts and fees charged for grass field permits and to authorize the town manager, based on recommendations by the Field Management Committee, to administer and expend funds limited to $50,000 in fiscal year 2018. The text of the motion otherwise is set forth in the written materials. On behalf of the motion, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Grassfield fee collections expended by the DPW as needed for certain repairs and improvements.
Article 31, may we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee?
So for Article 31, Finance Committee voted favorable action for $50,000 for the Grassfield revolving fund. One of the things that Finance Committee is going to do is report back on fees collected for the various revolving funds, including this and the synthetic turf one, and do a little more analysis in our budget books going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. The motion comes before the town meeting as previously read by the chair and is set forth in written materials in front of you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 32, a motion brought by the Field Management Committee. This is a companion motion to Article 31, which is simply the establishment of a revolving fund, expenses limited to $50,000, this for turf field maintenance. And the text of the motion is as set forth on page 52 of the written materials before you. On behalf of the motion, the town manager, Mr. Howard.
Again, the last of the revolving fund articles. This one applies to the synthetic field, which will be fields this time next year. But this applies to rentals received at Manchester Field and then again applied to improvements in maintenance above and beyond the DPW maintenance budget to the tune of the $50,000.
May we have a recommendation for the Finance Committee? Mr. Michelson.
Finance Committee votes favorable action for Article 32 for the $50,000 for synthetic turf revolving fund.
All those in favor of the motion under 32 as previously read by the chair and is set forth in written materials, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Brings us to Article 33. This isn't even close to the end of these revolving fund motions. You're teasing us. Indefinitely postponement. Oh, thank you for that. Article 33. It's moved and seconded that Article 33 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 34. It's moved and seconded that Article 34 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Article 34 is indefinitely postponed. Article 35. Under Article 35, brought by the town manager, it's moved and seconded that further consideration of Article 35 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Article 35 is indefinitely postponed. This brings us to Article 36, brought by the Personnel Board. Under Article 36, which starts at page 56 of the written materials before you, there are 10 motions. We will entertain debate on all the motions together and receive reports and recommendations on the motions together. The first motion, it's moved and seconded that schedules 2, CS Clerical, 3, Professional Technical, 4, Management, 5, Miscellaneous, and 6, Recreation of the town's compensation plan be amended to reflect wage increases for the non-union employees of the town as recommended by the town manager and the Personnel Board as set forth in Appendix A, Municipal Non-Union Personnel Wage Adjustments, fiscal year 2018. On behalf of the motions under Article 36 from the Personnel Board, Mr. Chimetz. Mr. Chimetz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. All right, so this year's motions, as the moderator has said, are 10. And the first set, motions 1 and 2, cover the compensation changes for non-union employees. We don't have any union employee contracts to talk about. It's just the non-union here and a salary survey. So motion 1 is covers a 2% compensation increase for all of the non-union employees in the town. And motion 2, that's motion 1, and motion 2 covers the cost of making those changes. The Personnel Board recommends favorable action on motions 1 and 2. For motion 2, the budgeted cost change is $142,000 and change. The budget expenses cover all of the departments which have non-union personnel. And I've been asked to note that given the outcome of the contract, that the town contracts now being negotiated, there is a chance that the town will come back for an extra 0.5% salary increase that would be effective at the start of the calendar year. This shows the number of people who are affected by this change, and also the number of people who would also be eligible for a step increase. So the total of 157 individuals are covered by this increase in salary, and 71 are also still eligible, i.e. they're not, still eligible for a step increase, i.e. they're not at the top of their range. For motion 3 covers the reclassification of an administrative secretary to an executive coordinator. This covers a change of duties that have occurred over time for this particular individual. Those duties had, when taken together, merited an increase or a change in their classification. That classification was reviewed by the Personnel Board, and we recommend favorable action. That's motion 3. The town conducted a survey of nearby towns on the compensation for a number of positions within the town. And what we found, or what the town found, or what the consultant that we hired found, was that a number of those positions were underpaid within our town when compared to the other towns. What we did on the Personnel Board is that we set a threshold of 95%, and those people who fell below the 95% when compared to the average of those other towns, we raised their salaries, or we voted to raise their salaries. You're the ones who get to raise or lower their salaries, but we voted in favor of a motion to raise their salaries to that 95% level. So that resulted in a number of motions to first clean up the compensation scale and then to adjust the money that goes into those departments in order to pay for that change. So motion 4, 5, and 6, and let me back up because I went through that too quickly, but motions 4, 5, and 6 are essentially bookkeeping in which we move or upgrade or change or delete and then and re-put in a new position to cover the changes that result in order to bring that group of people up to the compensation scale of the surrounding towns. So that covers the motions 4, 5, and 6. And 7 is the budget, let me make sure. 7, I believe, is the budget. Yes, 7 is the appropriation of funds to the individual departments that are necessary to cover that compensation change. Motion 8 is to establish a stipend to pay non-exempt people in the town manager's office to perform purchasing duties. So in order to be a purchasing agent, a certified purchasing agent within the state of Massachusetts acting for a town, you need to get a Massachusetts certified public purchasing certification. That requires that you go and take classes. I'm not exactly sure how long. It is a considerable time, maybe a week, I'm not sure. At one point I knew, sorry, I don't know now, should be here. Maybe we can find out. But in any event, given that certification, it was felt that since it is above and beyond the previous job duties of this individual, that we would create a stipend for non-exempt individuals who received this certification. And the Personnel Board, again, recommended favorable action on this motion. As I said, we have not yet closed any of the contracts on the town side. Most of the contracts, I think all of the contracts on the school side have been closed, but the ones for the town have not. We tend to accept that at some point in the future there will be a contract. That contract will cover this year, as it will probably have covered last year. In recognition of that fact, we're setting aside $244 to cover an eventual contracts that will essentially be backdated through this year. So this is a standard procedure when we run off the end of contracts, and the contracts have not yet been negotiated. So Personnel Board recommends favorable action on 9, and 10 is another bookkeeping motion in which we delete a number of positions which are no longer filled and there's no intention to fill, and create 3 positions, 2 of which were incorrectly described and deleted in the early part of, in the deletion portion of motion 10, and 1 that is recognized as the youth center coordinator who's been working with a position that has not yet been defined for years. So this is essentially bookkeeping. It was discovered during the salary survey, but does not really associate directly with the salary survey. And again, we recommend favorable action on motion 10. And that's it.
Hey, Peter, if I could just ask 2 questions where your written report to the meeting just now deviated from the motions in front of us.
Okay.
On motion number 2, the number you gave us was 142,155, and in our motion it says 143,155.
That's an inability to type correctly?
So the motion should be 142. Is that what you're saying, or 143 is right?
My inability to type incorrectly.
Oh, okay.
Should be, yeah, 140. It should be whatever's in the book.
Okay, and then there's even a more substantial deviation in motion 9, where in the written materials we have 268,897 as the appropriation, and your materials said 241,244.
Okay. I thought I copied these directly out of the book. So that would be 9. All I can guess is that I did a cut and paste from last year. I don't know how you get one to the other.
Wait, and which one do we think that we inadvertently cut and pasted?
You always go with the book. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know where I got the 241, 244. Oh, well, it was triple checked by the rest of us, so, but I take responsibility.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schemit's day job is as an astrophysicist, so we don't need to.
In my own defense, I never deal with small numbers like this.
May we have a recommendation from the Board of Selectmen on the motions? The Board of Selectmen, its chairperson, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead.
Yes, the Board of Selectmen recommends favorable action on all motions.
And may we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? And Mr. Michelson, if you have any detail on the number on 9, that would be helpful too.
So the Finance Committee recommends favorable action on the motions that deal with finances, including motion 1, motion 2, which was 143, 155, and motion 7, and motion 8 and 9, which was 268,897, is my understanding of the numbers.
Thank you very much. So the motion number 1, as previously read by the chair, comes before the town meeting under Article 36. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 2, it's moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $143,155 to various fiscal year 18 municipal personal services budgets as listed below to fund increases in wages for non-union employees for fiscal year 2018, and the detail of the account numbers, the positions, and the amounts are as set forth on page 56 of the motion booklet in front of you. Under motion number 2, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Under motion number 3, it's moved and seconded that effective January 1, 2018, an Administrative Secretary Roman numeral 3 position in the Town Manager's Office be reclassified to the position of Executive Coordinator, PT-11. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 4, it's moved and seconded that effective January 1, 2018, the following changes be made to Schedule 2 of the Town's Compensation Schedule, Appendix B, and the changes are as set forth on page 57 and as set forth in the written materials therein. All those in favor of motion number 4, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 5, it's moved and seconded that effective January 1, 2018, the following changes be made to Schedule 3 of the Town's Compensation Schedule, Appendix B, and the particular changes are as set forth on page 57 in the materials before you underneath motion number 5. All those in favor of motion number 5, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 6, it's moved and seconded that effective January 1, 2018, the following changes be made to Schedule 4 of the Town's Compensation Schedule, Appendix B, E, delete Town Planner, F, add Town Planner, F, add Human Resources Director. Motion number 6, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 7, it's moved and seconded the town raise and appropriate the sum of $12,948 to various fiscal year 2018 personal service budgets as listed below to fund the preceding position reclassifications. The account numbers, the position, and the amounts are set forth on page 57 of the materials under motion number 7. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 8, it's moved and seconded the following language to be added to the town's personal policy guide effective July 1, 2017. And the language to be added to the policy guide is as set forth on page 58 of the materials in front of you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 9, it's moved and seconded the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $268,897 to provide for the unsettled revisions and adjustment in fiscal year 2018 salaries and wages and other benefits for municipal employees to be held in the fiscal year 2018 unallocated wage account to be allocated in subsequent town meeting votes. Motion number 9, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 10, it's moved and seconded that the town's compensation schedule be modified as follows. And the modifications are as set forth on page 58 of the materials in front of you underneath motion number 10. Motion number 10, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz. This brings us to Article 37. Article 37, an article brought by the Board of Selectmen. It's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $100,000 from free cash to an FY 2018 Strategic Capital Maintenance Program account, and further to authorize the town manager, based on recommendations by the Capital Planning Committee, to administer and expend funds from said account. On behalf of the motion, its proponent, the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Whitehead, its chairperson. Mr. Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 37 continues a program that we started last year, which was the intention of extending the useful life of some of our equipment to avoid having to spend a lot of capital sometime in the future. So the town is requesting $100,000 for the proactive maintenance of building systems and vehicles. And this actually saves the town money and reduces the need to expend scarce capital money. 6 projects are envisioned: a replacement of the condensate receiver tank at the Mystic School building, repainting the metal staircases at Town Hall. You can read the rest. I'll show you some pictures. Condensate receiver tank. Take a look at the lower right-hand side. You'll see the patches that they've made in this tank. It needs to be replaced. It receives the water from the condensate from the steam system at the facility, keeps it warm and feeds it into the boiler. Otherwise, you'd have to spend extra energy to reheat the cold water that you would feed in its place. So that's important. You can see the condition of the town hall metal staircases. They need to be stripped and repainted. We have a transfer station trailer that is falling apart, literally. The floor has holes, as you can see on the left. In the middle, you can see the side supporting beam, and the undercarriage, the rust that's there. We hope to extend the life of that vehicle. The McCall interior stairwells, you can see how they're deteriorating from heavy use from the students. We hope to replace those and paint the walls. So that basically is where your money would go, and we recommend favorable action on this article.
May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Mr. Michaels.
Finance Committee votes favorable action for the $100,000 capital maintenance program, Article 37. This money goes to good use to prevent us spending a lot more money on replacement and maintain our assets in town. Thanks.
Motion under Article 37 is previously read by the chair. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us to Article 38. Article 38, which is an article which addresses the appropriation to funds to the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund. There was under Article 14 an appropriation under Motion 41 to that fund. I don't know if there's anything further to be addressed under Article 38 or a separate motion.
No, just that Article 38 is to move the $250,000 that town meeting voted for OPEB into the liability trust fund to be used at a later date for OPEB.
So the Finance Committee...
And we voted favorable action.
Ms. Ward, the town controller, confirms the chair's belief that we voted that transfer previously? So no motion before the town meeting on Article 38. Those of you who want to reconsider that have about 12 minutes. So. This brings us to Article 39, an article brought by the town manager. Under Article 39, there are 2 motions. Under the first motion, it's moved and seconded to appropriate $12,000 from the parking meter fund for expenses associated with the operation of the town center parking facilities. On behalf of the motion under Article 39, the town manager, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If the town meeting recalls, under Article 13, we renewed the process of reserving funds received from our parking program for the meters that have been installed recently in Town Center. Especially, we also have the program down at Wedgmere Station, but this article deals with the ones in Town Center. So we are seeking funds to pay for the lease and the maintenance of the machines themselves. And also, motion 2 is a $5,000 allotment to actually install a new electric car meter. If you recall, we received one for free from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts under our energy, green energy program, and that is in the back of Town Hall in the library. And we will install one in one of the lots in Town Center in order to be able to give patrons of Town Center businesses the opportunity to be able to charge electric vehicles as well while they are parking in one of the lots. So those are the purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. May we have a recommendation on, we'll entertain debate on both motions at the same time. Mr. Michelson, if you could provide us the Finance Committee recommendation on motions 1 and 2.
The Finance Committee voted favorable action on both Motion 1 and Motion 2 for Article 39. Thank you.
Under Motion 1, as previously read by the Chair, under Article 39, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion number 2, it's moved and seconded to appropriate $5,000 from the parking meter fund for expenses associated with the installation of an electric vehicle charging station at the Laraway parking lot and for maintenance and operation of the electric charging station previously installed at the Town Hall Library parking lot. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Bring your Tesla downtown now. Charged up. Is there a motion? I'll get to Article 14. Yeah. Is there any motion for the Board of Assessors under Article 40, Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Board of Assessors has previously voted to put into overlay surplus $863,000, and those funds will be used in conjunction with the amounts shown on the yellow sheet for the various articles that you have voted during the course of Springtown meeting. Motion would be to approve the vote of the 863. Prior appropriation. No, it's the vote of the assessors to reduce the tax.
So the motion to be made under Article 40 is a motion to appropriate $863,500 to reduce the tax levy. This comes to us this evening, right around the 10 o'clock hour, so I'm not sure that it meets from overlay surplus. The motion being made by the town manager to appropriate $863,500 from the overlay surplus to reduce the tax levy. The motion comes to us at this hour. I'm not sure in conformance with our normal rules in terms of having things in front of us, and accordingly, as a first order of business, the chair will ask that the town meeting indulge us in taking a motion to suspend the rules to allow the meeting to consider this motion on less than 7 days' notice. This requires a 2/3 vote. The chair will attempt a unanimous vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Motion now comes before us under the motion under Article 40, which is a motion made by the town manager and the Board of Selectmen to appropriate $863,500 from the overlay surplus account to reduce the tax levy. May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee on this motion as stated? Mr. Michelson.
The Finance Committee voted favorable action on Article 40. As we mentioned during the Finance Committee report, we had the $863,000 from the overlay surplus. We're being able to leverage this as free cash to help pay for a lot of the articles that town meeting voted.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. Further on the motion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We have a couple of substantive things left to do here, so please stick with us through the end. There are 2 motions that follow Article 41. Under Article 41, it's moved and seconded to create a committee selected for the purposes of the decennial review of the Town of Winchester's Code of Bylaws. Said committee shall be made up of the legal counsel of the town clerk, a current member of the Committee on Government Regulations, and a current member of the Committee on Rules, members to be appointed by the town moderator. On behalf of the motion, the Board of Selectmen, on behalf of the board, it's Chairperson, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen would like to propose an amendment to this motion to delete legal counsel of the town from said committee and replace it with a member of the Board of Selectmen. The reason for this amendment is because you'll notice in the background that the legal counsel is just that, to advise the committee not to participate as part of it. Otherwise, we recommend favorable action.
So the motion comes before the town meeting. On the motion to amend, the motion is made under Article 41. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So the motion now comes before the town meeting as amended, moved and seconded to create a committee selected for the purpose of the decennial review of the town of Winchester's Code of Bylaws. Said committee made up of a member of the Board of Selectmen, the town clerk, a current member of the Committee on Government Regulations, and a current member of the Committee on Rules. Members to be appointed by the town moderator. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. This brings us back to Article 22, which was continued to a time certain, that time being the last matter before this town meeting under Article 22, brought by the Board of Selectmen. What? What?
You just need to discuss it.
What did we do? We didn't need to do anything. 38.
Yeah, it's on the yellow sheet, folks, and you voted it the other night, so.
It was motion 41 under the yellow sheet to transfer $250,000 out to the OPEB Trust Fund 9389. That was previously voted for by the town meeting. Ms. Ward and the town clerk will confer on that. Meanwhile, this returns us to Article 22, brought by the Board of Selectmen. Under Article 22, it's moved and seconded that $45,000 is appropriated for the preparation of a Winchester Sports Field Master Plan, including but not limited to an analysis of current and projected usage of the fields by school-sponsored and privately organized sports groups in Winchester, and delivery of recommendations for usage, optimum scheduling, proper maintenance, and needed capital improvements over the next 10-year period. Said appropriation to be made from free cash. On behalf of the motion under Article 22, Board of Selectmen, from the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Grensback. Mr. Grensback.
Good evening. Briefly, Article 22 asks town meeting to allocate funds for the preparation of a Winchester sports field plan. Selectmen are unanimous in recommending favorable action on this. The article is co-sponsored and endorsed by both the school committee and the fields management committee. The money will be used to address a long-standing problem that was brought into very sharp relief over the last months during the debate over Skilling's Field. That problem is quite straightforward. It is simply we do not have a plan to address maintaining and investing in our town sports facilities and fields. So we simply don't have one. We have 12 fields that are used for scheduled team sports. We've rebuilt several of them in the last year. Manchester Field and the West Side Newtile Field were largely rebuilt through private fundraising. Skilling's will be now upgraded through town funds. Even so, as best we can determine to date, the capacity of our sports field has not kept pace with demand, and both our grass and our synthetic fields are oversubscribed. But by how much? How much more capacity do we need? We simply do not know the answer tonight. We do not know our improvement options, and we do not know their costs. Could we gain more capacity by different scheduling? The answer is certainly possibly, but with well over 300 school, youth, and adult teams competing for space on a dozen fields, scheduling has become a very complex, and I would note occasionally contentious, task. We need some expert assistance and access to scheduling optimization software to sort through the options and see what we can gain by rescheduling. Could we gain more capacity by different maintenance strategies? Again, possibly. The DPW has tried, I think, dozens of different seed mixes and maintenance regimes. But there may be other strategies out there that could extend the useful life of our natural grass fields, and we haven't thought those through field by field to see what the particular conditions are. Could we gain more capacity by different field layouts? Not a popular topic on any, because each sport owns a field today. But the immediate question is, if you didn't notice tonight, what to do with the north half of Skilling's Field. We have heard calls for two fields in a tennis court, 2 fields in a pool, 3 fields, an open river, and the list goes on and on. They're all good ideas, but we don't have a definitive plan for that. We will work out a solution for Skilling's, but we should also be looking at the options to adjust field layouts and use in the other fields. And as Mr. Jarius reminded me this evening, we want to look not just at the structured sports teams, but also look at passive recreation and other uses out there. So finally, could we gain more capacity by adding new grass or synthetic fields? Again, yes, but as we are all reminded tonight, open space in the town is very scarce. Our fields are very expensive to install, and our capital funds are extremely limited. So we need to know our options and have realistic estimates for financing and maintaining any new grass or synthetic fields. To answer this question, we want the study to develop capacity and demand, basically supply and demand projections for the next 10 years. We are recommending a 10-year outlook to match the school committee's 10-year building master plan and provide useful input to the town's long-term master plan, which will do a comprehensive look of stitching these pieces together. We want the study to develop short, mid, and longer-term options for scheduling, maintenance, and capital improvements and bring them back to us. We're not asking them to decide them. We want simply to see what the options are. We intend to focus the study on short-term and mid-term options, but the study will be asking for some sketch plans, but not engineering plans for the longer-term options. Finally, and most important, we want the study to lay out cost, revenue, and financing estimates that realistically reflects the town's future financial capabilities. Your motion booklet outlines a preliminary scope for the study. It is that only, it is a preliminary scope. We have opportunities to change it and adjust it. However, we do intend this to be a multi-client study. That means we're going to draft everybody who's complained about this problem for the last 10 years. We will be looking for steering committee participation from a long list of people up there, all of whom I believe have a critical need and input to get some information like this and to think through the pieces. We expect that all the results will be useful to all the groups. Each one of them has scheduling, programming, and capital planning needs and others, and will want to input to the town's long-term master plan. The selectmen believe this work is long overdue. We would very much like to see it completed within a year or so it can inform our future decisions on where we go with our maintenance and funding operations. And so accordingly, we'd ask for your support for Article 22. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Grensbeck. And we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee. Mr. Michaels.
Finance Committee voted favorable action on the sports field master plan for $45,000, Article 22. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michelson. Motion under 22 is previously read by the chair. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What?
The planning board had a vote. We just wanted to comment on it, if we could. Is this too late?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. It'll be brief, I promise.
It's quite all right. I apologize for not seeking your input on that.
No problem whatsoever. Good evening, town meeting. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Jackie Welch, chair of the planning board. I just wanted to inform you that the planning board did vote for favorable action with respect to Article 22. I'm reading the vote right now. We look forward to working on the steering committee, the planning board does, and we're happy to include the neighborhood interests, the Conservation Commission, the town planner, and the other constituent groups as the integral members of the process as we work towards integrating the results of this study into the open space and recreation chapters of the master plan. So thank you very much, Board of Selectmen, and we look forward to being part of the steering committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Welch. I apologize for not including the planning board. So we have two very important things left to do here this evening. The first is to make certain corrections to Article 14. And then the second is to listen to a brief presentation from Ellen Knight on the World War II Memorial Project. So on the first matter, under Article 14, which was the main budget article, we took a vote before we heard from Ms. Welch, and then we were heartened by the fact that she was in favor of it. But we did take the vote beforehand. It was an inadvertent vote, but it still counted. So, to my explanation of under Article 14. So Article 14, the main budget motion, there was one appropriation for a dump truck at the cemetery, which was inadvertently left off. There were two typographical errors, and there is one legal correction requiring a 2/3 vote versus a majority vote. So in order to go back to Article 14 for the purposes of amending our prior votes and to also address the one additional dump truck vote, we will need to reconsider Article 14, and because the dump truck vote, an appropriation of $55,000, comes before us with less than the required 7 days' notice, we will need to suspend the rules to allow us to entertain that motion. So two motions. The first motion to allow us to suspend the rules to waive the 7-day requirement to allow us to entertain one further motion under Article 14 requires 2/3 to pass. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Now a motion to reconsider Article 14 to allow us to make certain amendments and additions to the appropriations previously made under Article 14. Is there a motion to reconsider? I move we reconsider. Is there a second? Good job on that reconsider. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. So under Article 14, the first two motions that we made under Article 14 were to appropriate and transfer certain amounts into the Building Renovation Stabilization Fund and to transfer and appropriate certain amounts into the Capital Improvement Stabilization Funds. The Municipal Modernization Act allows us to make those transfers by majority vote, but Town Council adroitly points out to us that the legislation which authorized the establishment of these funds actually required a 2/3 vote under the Home Rule Charter, and accordingly we are better served by taking the 2/3 vote at this time. So under motion one, it's moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer $2,679,364 into the Building Renovation Reconstruction Stabilization Fund. That vote requiring a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. Chair declares the vote unanimous, meeting the 2/3 threshold. Motion number two, moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer $1,158,639 into the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. That motion requiring a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Chair declares the vote unanimous. Motion passes. This brings us to the motion 20 previously made by the town meeting to, under the yellow sheet, to appropriate $16,500 to account number 6941 Historical Commission. The Historical Commission anticipates certain grants. However, the town is required, it is informed, to appropriate, instead of $15,000 for expenses, $35,000 of expenses there, and anticipating the later award of the $20,000 grant. So motion number 20, as amended, now will read, it's moved and seconded that the amount of $36,500 be appropriated to account number 6941 Historical Commission, of which $1,500 will be for personal expenses and $35,000 will be for other expenses. Motion 20 as made. Mr. Michelson, recommendation for the Finance Committee?
Finance Committee voted favorable action. When we originally had met with the Historical Commission, the town was not given the grant, but now the town's been given the grant, and it is a grant where we receive it on the back end. So we will spend the money on the study and receive $15,000 back at the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you very much. Under motion 20, Mr. Steinmetz.
That change into account when we calculated how much money we could put back on the 2.5, just so we don't have to deal with this in the fall?
Yes, that's correct. So we recalculated based on the amount that we have to take from free cash back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion number 20 as amended. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Under motion number 44, we appropriated $300,000 to DPW roads and sidewalks, and of those amounts, $220,000 were from general fund revenues and $8,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. That motion, there was a typographical error in the yellow sheet. It should have read $80,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. So motion number 44, as amended, is moved and seconded. The $300,000 be appropriated to DPW roads and sidewalks, of which $300,000 is for other expenses. Of this appropriation, $220,000 will be from general fund revenues and $80,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. Mr. Michelson, if you can make a recommendation and confirm we've stated that correctly.
Yes, that's correct. The Finance Committee voted favorable action on this change, which was a typographical error.
Because the appropriation is from the Capital Stabilization Fund, it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Chair declares the vote unanimous. Motion passes. This brings us to the final cleanup matter under Article 14. Under Article 14, the new motion, that motion being motion number 51, and under motion number 51 brought by the Finance Committee, it's moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $55,000 from the Cemetery Trust Fund to replace the DPW cemetery pickup truck. On behalf of the motion, Mr. Michelson from the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee voted favorable action on the capital transfer for $55,000. This money will go to a new cemetery/DPW truck. The existing truck is old and needs to be replaced. The cemetery fund gathers fees that are leveraged just for the $55,000, and we cap $55,000 as the amount we spend out of that. Thank you.
A recommendation from the Board of Selectmen.
Yes, the Board of Selectmen recommends favorable action.
Thank you. Is there anyone from Capital who wishes to be heard? If not, the motion comes under motion number 51, as previously read by the chair. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Chair declares the vote unanimous, 2/3 threshold. That concludes the changes and amendments to Article 14. I appreciate the town meeting's patience with that. There's a motion made to otherwise confirm and ratify all prior motions and appropriations made under Article 14 as part of the initial consideration. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Chair declares vote unanimous. Motion passes. So this brings us to the final matter of the evening, which is a presentation by Ellen Knight. It's 10:18, some 40 minutes before the town manager predicted that we would conclude this meeting. The chair will note. Paula Poundstone might be pretty funny, but she's going to get that meeting done. Ms. Knight.
If all goes well, you will be able to hear and see the video that didn't work on the first night of town meeting. To refresh your memories, the World War II 75th Anniversary Committee started an intergenerational video history project last year called Remembering the 1940s. And one of the seniors involved, Gina Gregg, wanted to try her hand at a documentary. It will get its premiere, public showing tomorrow at the Senior Center at 10:30, and there will be an encore presentation May 30th at 7, and we assume that WinCam will eventually be showing it on TV. So here's a trailer to give you an idea of what you have to look forward to if you go to the library on May 30th.
Winchester, Massachusetts. A suburban town north of Boston is known for its school system and its sunny town center. But within its 21,000 residents, our town also contains an incredible archive of history and memories, much of which is unknown to today's youth. Hundreds of our residents have lived through a world war, have undergone hardship and sorrow, and have persevered through the worst. In honor of the anniversary of the Second World War, we have invited some of them to share their stories with us, so that they may live on and remind us not only of their loss, but of their strength during the most trying of times.
On that Sunday, I was out with a walk with one of my cousins, and we're walking around. The weather was rather nippy. It started to snow a little bit, and it was very overcast, obviously. And that's when the war began. That's when Pearl Harbor was bombed.
In 1941, when the war started, I was in the movies with my buddy. 1941, December 7th. I come out, we saw in the newspaper the headlines. Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor. I said, let's go in and join the Marines.
We had the music on, the car radio, listening to good Sunday morning music. And all of a sudden they broke in with the announcement of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And you know, when you're a kid, you don't always really, I didn't really understand what it was, but I knew how big and how awful it was by the expression on the grown-ups' faces.
My initial response, I suppose, was like a lot of people. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that we had been attacked. I knew there were negotiations going on between the president and the people in Japan, but I couldn't believe that it was an attack and that it was as devastating as it was.
I was in second grade, and we all went to school that day and talked about it in the classroom, and everybody was talking about that, and everybody was kind of scared as to what was going to happen.
I was 8 years old, and my brother, who was a year older, came running in the house on a Sunday afternoon saying, "The Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor." And my mother said, "Where is Pearl Harbor?"
My memories were that as a young child there was always a war. I mean, I don't remember before there was a war.
It meant, my husband knew when we heard about it, that this meant that now he could no longer be stateside at the Marine Corps barracks in Washington. Now he would certainly be sent into action, and he was.
After America entered the war, over 16 million were sent away to both Europe and the Pacific Ocean. As they endured brutal combat on both fronts, those at home were left to pray and hope for their safe return.
Thank you very much. Fitting coda to the evening and a reminder of what service to others in our country truly means. Sir, do you have something further? What is your point of order, sir?
I'm new to the committee. We get to hear about all the votes. We vote lots of money every time, and every now and then someone in the back brings up that we have a large amount of debt. What I don't know in this town, we now have a committee studying our fields. That's a great thing. Do we have anyone studying how we're going to pay off our debt? Because right now it's tripled in less than 8 years. And if we don't, how do we get a committee to study how we'll pay off our debt?
Thank you very much. It's not really a point of order, but a good opportunity to make a substantive response. So obviously the debt as a percentage of our balance sheet is taken into account by the Finance Committee, the Town Manager, and the Board of Selectmen. Our primary concern, the town's primary concern, being able to service that debt. The committee that's primarily charged with overseeing that on behalf of the town meeting is the Finance Committee. The chair happens to know that there'll be some openings on the Finance Committee. You, sir, having raised intelligently the question, would seem to be the perfect candidate for the Finance Committee. You can apply by contacting the town clerk, who will forward your application, and we look forward to receiving and acting on that. It's not Pearl Harbor, but we'll appreciate your service. There being no further business before the town meeting, the chair expresses his appreciation to everybody for their involvement in a good town meeting, a special town meeting. If we could entertain a motion to recess and dissolve this town meeting. All those in favor? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alan Iden, and you have just seen the final session, third and final session of Winchester Spring Town Meeting, which opened tonight with a special town meeting. So let's go back and talk about the first item of business tonight was a tribute to David Leland, who passed away last Friday, longtime town meeting member, and followed by a moment of silence in his memory. We then moved on to the special town meeting, which was the question of appropriating $2.339 million for an artificial turf on Skilling's Field. We heard comments that there are 66 sports teams in the town and over 900 students involved in those sports. Mariano Goluboff, from the Board of Selectmen, made the presentation. The question to the town was to build more fields or make the existing fields more efficient. He said that on March 28th, 58% of the Winchester voters voted yes to appropriate this money for a Proposition 2.5 override, capital override, to construct this artificial turf field. He said that the first 3 weeks of baseball practice had to be postponed this year because of the weather, and then in the fall, heavy use destroys the grass, and the town also uses 1.3 million gallons of water on the fields. Briefly talked about the use of a filler in the field. There's been some controversy about using granulated rubber on fields, about possible health effects. The town studied it and has decided to use a coated silica filler that's available in different colors. And because it is less absorbent, shock absorbent than the granulated rubber, there's a 25-year shock pad going to be installed under the field. Finance Committee voted unanimous support. The school committee voted support. And I should also mention that if you were watching, there was a full house here. A lot of the high school and middle school sports teams were here along with their parents to express support for this. Paul Manganaro, the chair of the Skillings Field Committee, said the town spent $70,000 last year to rent field space in other towns because of lack of space in this town or poor weather conditions on the field. They showed a short video with endorsements of many of the students, student athletes, and parents and other people around town. We heard from the Climate Action Committee and Selectman Betancourt about greenhouse gas issues on artificial turf versus natural grass fields. Jim Whitehead from the Board of Selectmen presented an opposing view. He commented on the tax rate increases and the amount of further needs for the town in schools, water and sewer infrastructure, and the more needs to come, and the maintenance requirements for artificial turf. Dave Arrico, also from the Board of Selectmen, said that the town meeting had an obligation to support the voters who had spoken on March 28th when make a first-class field to match the first-class Winchester High School reconstruction. He said there was much opportunity for public input during the discussions before the election. Jackie Welch, town meeting member Jackie Welch and chairman of the planning board, said it would also be a beautiful asset to the community. The town controller did comment on the town's $155 million in debt. And then the motion was made to move the question. That passed, and the main motion for that one article on the artificial turf was passed by 127 to 30. So that we followed by a recess, and then we resumed the business of the regular town meeting. First item of business was to reconsider Article 2, which was the somewhat controversial article to regulate solicitation, door-to-door solicitation in the town. We heard from Jennifer Wilson, who made that motion to reconsider, and said that obviously the town meeting was a little disturbed by the thought of neighborhood children having to be regulated to go door to door to offer to shovel snow, and that amendment could have solved that, but she actually withdrew her motion for reconsideration and suggesting the town form a working group to come back at the next town meeting with a reworked bylaw, and that was passed. Article 25 was $50,000 to design for design money for the Complete Streets project, of which the state gives out $400,000. Selectman Whitehead said that safe streets are safe for all modes of travel, pedestrians, bicycles, as well as vehicles. That passed. Article 26 to accept Massachusetts Department Chapter 90 DOT funds in the amount of $524,000 for the streets, maintenance and construction of the streets was passed, as was Article 27, $100,000 to evaluate power lines and locations of Eversource lines being put through the town. So Articles 28 through 32 were more or less housekeeping articles. The town has several revolving funds that have to be approved. Revolving funds being funds that are taken in and spent by the same source. For instance, the Archival Center will receive funds for printing and distributing material, and that money goes back into a fund to be used for the Archival Center. So those articles were revolving funds for the Archival Center, energy use in municipal and school buildings, Board of Health, grass field permits, and synthetic turf permits. So again, basically what would happen there is the rental fees for using one of the grass fields would go back into a fund to be used for maintaining grass fields. And Board of Health, in their case, fees received for insurance for vaccines, vaccination clinics would go back into purchasing vaccines. Those were all approved. Proposals to establish revolving funds for historical research, historical plaques, and town hall rental fees, new revolving funds, were all indefinitely postponed. Those are Articles 33 through 35. 36 was the Personnel Board report. Basically, Mr. Scheimus reported that committee on raises and personnel adjustments in the town government. Those were all passed. Article 37 to appropriate $100,000 for a strategic capital maintenance fund for buildings and vehicles, and mentioned 6 projects to extend the life of capital projects. That was approved. 39, Article 39, $12,000 for the parking meters, basically taking revenue from parking meters to for the maintenance of those machines and the parking lots, as well as $5,000 to install a new electric vehicle charging station, were approved. Brought us back to Article 22, which had been postponed until the town considered the whole question of the artificial field at Skillings. Town meeting appropriated $45,000 for analysis of field usage and schedule, and do a project 10 years out the use and scheduling of the town's playing fields. That was approved. And we wrapped up tonight with a couple of maintenance articles, but one of the highlights was a trailer, showing the trailer of, Ellen Knight introduced the trailer of the memories of World War II, as spoken by Winchester residents. We saw the trailer. We heard that is going to be shown tomorrow morning at the Jenks Center, and on May 30th at the library, and eventually right here on WinCam. So that's it. If you're watching here, the third and final session of Winchester Spring Town Meeting has just concluded. Again, if you're just tuning in, the special town meeting to appropriate $2.339 million for construction of an artificial turf field and on Skillings Field was approved by a vote of 127 to 30. And that is it. We thank you for your indulgence. We hope you find these town meetings informative and how your money's being spent if you're a resident of town of Winchester. I want to thank the WinCam crew here tonight and for the other nights of town meeting session. So for all of us here at WinCam, thank you for watching. I'm Alan Iden. Have a great night.